Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And the schools, can you please make sure that we can hear you with your microphones?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
And the cell school?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Just make sure before the debate begins, when is your turn to speak, you should speak up so that we can hear you and the judges. Okay.
Okay.
Right. All right, are both teams ready?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
All right. If we're ready, we can start the recording now.
Miss Amigdalio, give me one moment, please.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm starting the recording right now,
Okay.
and we'll play the video first.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, honorable judges, dear parents and students, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you participating in the 8th QLS Debate Festival. Once again, we are happy to host another year of debating between QLS language schools and schools from abroad. Equipping students with 21st century skills is extremely important for their future career and life. It's common knowledge that fluency, accuracy, and valid argumentation are key aspects of debating that help students acquire self-confidence and self-esteem. Through the process, students learn how to do research, how to support their arguments and present effective rebuttals. What matters the most is not the joy of winning, but the joy of competing, of participating. Debate teaches students to listen to different opinions, respect diverse perspectives, and express their ideas clearly and confidently. These are valuable skills that will follow them throughout their lives. Last but not least, I would like to give a big thank you to our sponsors, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, Hamilton House, and Equals. I would like to congratulate all the students for their effort and preparation, and thank the teachers and parents who support them. I wish everyone a wonderful and inspiring debate festival. Thank you, and let the debates begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angeliki Amigdaliou, and on behalf of QLS, I would like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I would also like to introduce the judges for today's debate, Jake Pelatolas, Angela Douglas, and Katerina Papadimitriou. The motion for today's debate for the B1 level is, this House believes the school week should be 4 days. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade the judges and the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present. Their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's performance. The teams participating in this debate are Sel, School in Greece, and Adana Gondukdu College in Turkey. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion, Ioannis, Dimitris, and Nikolaos, and 3 against, Hakan, Aden, and Musab. I would like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their arguments. I will remind you by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. When the 3 minutes are up, I will ask you to finish your sentence. We would also like to remind participants that all microphones, apart from the speakers, should be turned off. Good luck to both teams. And now I would like to ask Ioannis, the first speaker for the motion, to begin the debate. Let the debate begin.
Good afternoon, esteemed judges and fellow debaters from Turkey. I am John Daskalopoulos, and today we are here to discuss the motion. This House believes that the school week should be 4 days. My team and I strongly support this motion because education should not be measured by how many days students sit in a classroom. It should be measured by how effectively they learn. Today, we strongly support the 4-day school week because scientific research shows that well-rested students perform better academically and emotionally. Firstly, let us consider the sleep and the brain. Neuroscientists explain that sleep is essential for memory, concentration, and learning. When students do not get enough sleep, the brain cannot properly organize information. This means that students may be physically present at classroom, but real learning does not take place. A 4-day school week gives students more time to rest and recover. Research in education shows that well-rested students are more focused, participate more actively, and understand lessons more deeply. As a result, learning becomes more effective during school hours. Secondly, stress has a serious negative effect on learning. Psychologists agree that high stress reduces motivation and attention. Today, students face constant pressure from homework, exams, and long school days. Educational studies show that students perform better in calm and supportive learning environments. For these reasons, it is clear that reducing the school week can help students learn more effectively and feel less stressed. A 4-day school week is not about studying less, but about learning better. Thank you for your attention. I wish everyone good luck. I will now pass the floor to the speaker of the opposing team.
Thank you, Ioannis. Now it is the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Hakan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, respected jury members, the opposing team, and everyone listening. I go by name Hakan Marti Shibol and a student from Adana Güneydoğu College. Today, I stand to speak against the motion. This House believes that school week should be 4 days based on 3 points. Firstly, the 4-day school week system reduces the time of study and learning achievement. According to a research made by Professor Paul N. Thompson at the Colorado State University, teachers spend a lot of time teaching for 4 days compared to 5 days, and this drops the students' motivation due to the intentional rush to complete syllabus over a short period. On the other hand, teachers lack motivation too, since they have to be in school for an extra 2 to 3 hours just to cover up the entire objectives of the lesson in the year. When this happens, the learning gap increases even though both teachers and students have extra resting periods. The quality of education reduces in subjects needing constant revision. And these subjects include maths and English too, where teachers will have to spend the first day of the week revising words or formulas. Is this for good or bad? Secondly, it increases absenteeism. The math problem is that for 5 days a week school, we would have to go to school for 180 days per year, whilst we would have to go to school for 145 days per year if school weeks were to be 4 days long. With this, students have 18 days of chance to be absent for 5 days, but only 14 days of chance to be absent for 4 days. When students go beyond these limits, it can come with massive effects like disciplinary issues, detention, and on top of that, low performance on their academical work. Not only this, when there's a spill or a doctor's appointment, in order not to miss the appointment, the student will have to miss the lesson. In order not to miss the lesson, the student will have to miss the appointment, which can come with issues like focus issues, health issues, and more. Sometimes, some schools, starting as early as 7 a.m., students are unable to catch up with the bus time, tend to miss the first few lessons or a whole day's lesson. Going to school must not be a punishment, but must be a more flexible way to learn. Finally, the 4-day school week increases childcare and financial strain. Parents must find alternatives such as private daycare or Friday camps, which can cost from $50 to $100 per day. Over the school year, this cost can add up to $2,000 per child. If a parent is struggling to pay rent, an extra $300 to $400 may put pressure on the parents' budgets. On a longer scale, it can cause job insecurity, since owners of jobs will not accept such things as day offs or job flexibility by working parents. Even though the cost is lower, but the cost is obviously higher for parents. A 4-day school week system is certainly not what we should look at right now, but how to create more job opportunities and financially stable families and homes. Thank you all for listening to me, and I wish good luck to everyone.
Thank you, Hakan. Now it is the turn of the second speaker for the motion, Dimitris.
Good afternoon. After hearing the arguments from the opposing team, I would like to continue supporting our position. I am Dimitris Andrinopoulos. In my speech, I will further explain how a 4-day school week can benefit teachers, improve students' mental health, and excuse me, and create a more productive learning environment. Let us now look more closely at how these changes can improve the quality of education. Educational research shows that teachers' preparation time has a direct impact on lesson quality. With one extra day, teachers can prepare lessons more carefully and creatively. Well-prepared lessons help students understand faster, ask better questions, and and participate more actively in class. When teachers are better prepared, classrooms become more organized, discussions become deeper, and students feel more supported. Another important point is mental health. Health organizations and psychologists agree that teenagers need time to rest, to exercise, and to socialize. Education is not only about academic success, it is also about building confident and emotionally stable young people. Therefore, a 4-day school week supports both students' well-being and their academic success. Thank you for your attention. I will now pass the floor to the opposing team for their next speaker.
Thank you, Dimitris. Now it is the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Aden.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Chair, honorable jury members, respected opposite team members, and everyone watching us. I am Adana Özgür. I am from Adana Gündoğdu College, and today I will speak against the motion that this House Police School Week should be 4 days, based on these 3 points. First of all, the transition to a 4-day school week often results in a measurable decline in academic achievement, with students' performance dropping by approximately 2 to 3%. This shift forces students into a cycle of trying to memorize rather than learning, as the compressed schedules make it nearly impossible to effectively tackle a 5-day curriculum. Furthermore, the burden of hours of homework every night creates an overwhelming academic environment that prioritizes speed over deep comprehension. Secondly, for many students, school building serves as their only safe place, and removing a day off instruction can lead to dreadful and straining situations for children facing a bad home life, potentially leaving them in a dangerous environment without professional supervision. Because the community places its trust in the school system for both education and safety, reducing the week undermines the school system for both and education and safety. Reducing the week undermines the school system for both education and safety. Last of all, the 4-day week harms the stability rather than help it. According to research, in America, staff members are 8% less likely to return to their position. And also, the data also suggests that many employees are 52% less likely to favor the arrangement. And for these reasons, I strongly believe that schools shouldn't be 4 days. Thank you all for listening to me. I wish everyone good luck.
Thank you all for a wonderful job. There will now be a 10-minute break for the teams to prepare their rebuttals. I will tell you when it is 1 minute before the 10 minutes are up. Please turn off your microphones and leave your cameras on and stay visible in the room. You have 1 minute. Now I would like to welcome you back and ask Nikolaos, the rebuttal speaker, for the motion to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nikos Triantafylidis. We have now heard several arguments from the opposing team. However, many of the concerns are based on assumptions rather than evidence. In my speech, I will respond to their main arguments and explain why our position remains stronger. Let us now examine their claims more carefully. The opposing team said that the opponent team preferred to focus issues and that reduced time of study will influence achievement. These results depend on effective teaching and student focus. Schools that have tested 4-day weeks not show dramatic drops in performance. In some cases, student engagement improved. Focused students perform better than exhausted students. The opposing team said that teenagers need strict routine or they become lazy. Rest does not create laziness, it creates balance. Students who are less stressed are more motivated and responsible. Discipline grows from balance, not exhaustion. The opposing team also said that parents will struggle with childcare. Family schedules are important. However, education policy must focus on students' well-being and learning first. When students perform better and feel healthier, families benefit in the long term. Schools exist for students, not for convenience. The opposing team said that low-income families will suffer. Supporting vulnerable families is important. However, improving student well-being and academic focus benefits all students equally. Equity comes from better education, not longer weeks. The opposing team raised a valid concern about safety. However, this issue is related to social conditions, not to the number of schools. Schools can still support students while improving learning conditions. Our motion focuses on better learning and well-rested students and learn more effectively. Finally, the opposing team said that students need school for emotional stability. Emotional stability comes from balance. Overworked students are more anxious. Stability requires balance, not constant pursuit. To conclude, the evidence clearly shows that well-rested students learn more effectively and perform better academically. Education should focus on effective learning, not simply longer schedules. Sorry. For all these reasons, we firmly believe that a 4-day school week is better option. Esteemed judges, fellow debaters, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Nikolaos. Now we're ready for Musab, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Chair, respected jury, honorable teachers, the opposing team, and everyone else watching me. I'm Musab Kabaji from Adana Gündoğdu College, and I will be speaking against the motion. This house believes school should be 4 days. Now, People believe that a 4-day school costs less money to operate compared to a 5-day school, but me and my team completely disagree with this statement. Research from the Education Commission of the states show that districts switching to a 4-day school week only save about 0.4% of their total budgets. Since about 85% or more of a school district's total budgets goes to fixed costs like salaries and benefits, the amount of money school saves stays basically the same. Because the savings are so small, many critics argue that a 4-day school week isn't as efficient as a 5-day school week financially, especially when considering the potential long-term academic impacts that could require additional funding. Secondly, people believe that a 5-day school week causes much more burnout compared to a 4-day school week. But once again, me and my team strongly disagree with this statement. Many critics argue that a 5-day school week actually causes less burnout compared to a 4-day school week because a 4-day school week has longer school days and compressed schedules. This increases stress and daily workload significantly. Research also suggests that a 4-day school week does not significantly reduce teacher turnover rates. One study in Missouri found that there was only a 0.6 teacher difference out of 100 teachers in turnover rates after switching to a 4-day school week. But this was not statistically meaningful at all, indicating that the burnout problem wasn't fixed for teachers as well. Finally, people believe that a 4-day school week causes better attendance compared to a 5-day school week. But once again, me and my team strongly disagree with this statement. Although there has been very little cases of a 4-day school week actually improving student attendance, the improvement is usually extremely small and inconsistent. In most cases, the improvement is less than 1%, meaning this isn't a good argument at all. So switch to a 4-week schedule. Thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you. QLS would like to thank you all for participating in this debate. You will all be given certificates of participation in the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. The final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page at noon on Friday, 27th of March, and emailed to all the participating schools. Finally, we would like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. The next debate begins at 2:45 p.m. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Şu an kapandı değil mi? Canlı değil.
Evet, recording stop dedi.
Tamam, ne yapacağım şimdi? Kapat. Kapat. Ya sen kapat. Hadi kapat. Kapat.
Hello?
Hello, can you
Hi.
hear us?
Yes, but we can't see you. You have your camera off, right?
We're just trying to connect right now.
Okay. I'll let you know when we start. The other school hasn't entered the Zoom yet.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that the team from the G Papa school is a dummy team. Okay, and I just wanted to confirm the names of the speakers.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
We can't hear you though.
You can't hear
Hold
me.
1 second. Can you say something again?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, we have a problem with our microphone again. Oh, no. Let's see why. Actually, we have a problem with our speakers.
Okay, we'll wait for a second for you to fix it.
Sorry, Angeliki, you mentioned that this was a dummy team.
That's
But
right.
we don't put marks for the dummy team.
That's right. The Georgia Papa School is a dummy team.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just confirm, yes, the names of the speakers.
Can you see us now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Can you speak again? Because it seems that we're having an issue with us, with the speakers.
Yes.
Can you please speak, say something?
Can you hear me?
We don't have speakers.
We
Oh,
can
why
hear,
did you?
we can hear you, but I don't know, you can't hear us.
This is fine. We can be heard. We can't hear.
You can't hear
Why?
me now.
Why can't we hear? We
Georgia,
can't.
I
We
guess
can't seem
there's
to
something
hear
wrong
you.
with your
We have an
loudspeakers.
issue with the speakers.
You change the output. I don't know if you can hear me. And can you put the camera a little closer to the...
Can you say something again?
Can you
I don't
hear us
understand what
now?
our problem is. I'm going to log out and log in again.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
sorry there.
No worries.
I'm going to do it again.
Okay.
Because we don't have any, we can't hear you.
Okay, you can log off and enter
Why
the...
can't we hear them? Guys, why can't we hear them? We have to log out, leave. We'll leave and we'll come back again.
Okay, just to confirm with the judges, I just wanted to remind you that the second team, the second school that's entering now, G Papas, is a dummy team.
Can you say something?
Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Miss Angela, can you say something?
Yes, I'm speaking. Can you hear me? We can't hear you very well.
Here to check this.
Can you hear me?
Audio settings. I'm trying the audio settings. I don't know what else to try.
Probably.
Well, there's something wrong. Which one? The microphone is fine. Not a microphone. We can't hear that. It's the speaker. Speakers. We don't have speakers. I don't have speakers.
I'm scroll down at the come.
What?
If you scroll down,
Well,
fantastic.
um,
At the card. No.
no.
Story recording.
See that? What's that? Are you checking settings computers? Okay, so let's go here. So no, this is settings.
No, just recording. Brought up the visual background.
It's audio, the audio. So that we can have a speaker. We can't have a different speaker. This should have a speaker. There's speakers here. Why can't we hear the speakers?
Leslie was a speaker, so dame speaker. So Damian output.
Yes, these speakers.
Test speaker.
Speaker. Select a different speaker. That's what we're doing. Yeah.
Can you
Just
hear
say
me?
something so that we can
You
see
hear me
we're
now?
testing things.
Can you hear me?
No, not working either.
Can you scroll down on that?
Scroll down. Scroll down. Yes, it's fine. Yesterday it was working, everything was working perfectly yesterday. This. No, this is not it.
So general.
It was general. General. No, no. This is what we can do. We can leave this on and I will bring the laptop and log in from the laptop as well, so at least we have a sound. Okay? That's what I will do. I will log in from 2 devices so that we can hear you from the laptop.
Okay.
It seems that this board here isn't.
Okay.
It's fine. Camera's fine. So it's not the video. The audio. No, it's fine. It's all fine. Well, this is the only thing, so we don't keep people waiting. Bring the laptop. So people have. So just
Πολύ καλή αρχή κάναμε.
Ξέρεις, ακούγεσαι ακόμα.
Ναι, ισχύει.
Αλλά καμίστε πολύ του.
Δεν ακούμαστε. We can hear you.
Okay, say something so we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that's good. Can you please camera pointing the students, the speakers, so that we can see them?
Yes, I will turn off this camera.
Okay. Can we see them from the laptop?
So that you have the other camera.
Can we see them? If you turn off this camera, will we be able to see the speakers?
Yes, you should be able to see the speakers from the other camera.
Okay, and
See them, you have a school.
okay,
This one is for us to hear.
all right. Before we begin, can I confirm the names of the speakers? The first speaker? What is the name of the first speaker?
Pavlina.
Παυλή.
Oh, no, against the motion. We're against the motion.
Yes, against the motion.
Yes, Pavlina.
Pavlina.
Yes, Sebastian
Bastian.
Άρης.
and Ari.
Okay. This is a dummy team, I repeat, for the judges. And if both of the teams are ready, then we can begin. Are you
We are ready.
okay? Okay. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Aggeliki Amigdaliou, and on behalf of QLS, I would like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I would also like to introduce the judges for today's debate: Jake Delatolas, Angela Douglas, and Katerina Papadimitriou. The motion for today's debate for the B1 level is: this House believes the school week should be 4 days. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade the judges and the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present. Their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's performance. The teams participating in this debate are Sabancı University in Turkey and Georgia Papas School in Greece. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion: Tariq, Burak, and Selim, and 3 against: Pavlina, Sebastian, and Aris.
May I interrupt you? Our second speaker is Farnam.
Farnam.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for this information. Farnam. Okay. Thank you. I would like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their arguments. I will remind you by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. When the 3 minutes are up, I will ask you to finish your sentence. We would also like to remind participants that all microphones, apart from the speakers, should be turned off.
And our third speaker is Burak.
So it's Tariq, Farnam, and Burak.
Tariq, Farnam, and Burak. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, may I add that our speakers will be reading from notes because they are stepping in on the last minute due to cancellation. Okay, so they will not be assessed.
Okay, there's an echo when you speak.
Okay, we will turn it off and it won't be an echo.
Okay, okay.
Now can you hear us?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Can you hear us better now?
This is better, yes, thank you. Okay, now I would like to ask Tariq, the first speaker, for the motion to begin the debate. Let the debate begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear judges and fellow friends, I would like to welcome you all to today's debate. Today, my teammates and I will try to convince you why school should be 4 days instead of 5. I'll present you 2 strong arguments about the advantages of 4-day school week. First, let's focus on the students' academic success in relation to teachers' motivation and performance. Student-teacher relationships can affect the students' performance in school and their academic achievement. In order to have a strong student-teacher bond, first, schools should recruit and, more importantly, need to retain those teachers. According to the Learning Policy Institute 2025 data, 1 in 8 teacher positions in the United States are either vacant or filled by other teachers who are not fully certified for their assignments. As it can be seen from the research, recruiting and retaining teachers is quite hard. However, 4-day school week can solve this problem. A 2024 study by Turner and Rebuttal in Missouri reported a 63% of applicants rated 4-day school week as one of their top priorities for applying for a job, and 27% of the applicants ranked it as their top priority. Another study from 2025 by Arslan Khalid highlighted a 4.4% of increase in retention of teachers with 5 or fewer years of experience. It is clear that 4-day school week helps to hire or keep teachers and boost their motivation. Let me move on to our second claim about the advantages of 4-day school week. Another important benefit of 4-day school week is that having extra time for self-improvement and doing other activities for students. According to a RAND study by Hilburn et al. In 2021, 80% of the high school and 90% of the elementary school students spend the 5th day primarily at home. Results show that 4-day school week helps to strengthen the family relationships and ensure the children's safety. Furthermore, learning does not only occur in schools, so students can improve themselves on the extra 5th day. The same study by Kilburn et al. Emphasized that most districts offered practices for sports and health clubs on the 5th day. What this means is that students can use this time to attend courses to develop new skills, such as playing an instrument, coding, and painting. They can also join sports clubs, such as basketball, volleyball, and tennis. Also, students can study the topics they learned in that week and do the homework on the 5th day. By having an additional free day, students can easily have time to both do homework and extracurricular activities at the same time. Additionally, parents can use this time to arrange appointments for doctors and dentists. Therefore, students can stay even healthier with the 4 days of school plan. I will conclude my speech by saying more can be achieved by doing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tariq. Now it is the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Pavlina.
Dear teachers, parents, and fellow students, welcome to the debate. I would like to introduce the motion from our house's perspective. While some people argue that the 4-day school week is better, we believe that keeping the week at 5 days is more beneficial for students and teachers. Now, I will explain why reducing the school week could cause problems in collaboration and access to important school services. I'd like to start by talking about reduced collaboration time. School is where students and teachers collaborate to grow together. Teachers benefit from sharing ideas, thoughts, and experiences, which helps improve learning for everyone. Students also learn best when they work together through group activities, discussions, and projects, developing teamwork and problem-solving skills. To illustrate my point, consider group projects, where students need time to exchange ideas, divide tasks, and support one another. At the same time, teachers often work together to plan lessons and discuss how to help struggling students. This clearly demonstrates that collaboration isn't just a nice idea. It is essential for a healthy learning environment. Another point to consider is the limited access to school services. School isn't just about learning. It also provides support through the cafeteria, counselors, and other caring adults. These services help students concentrate, stay healthy, and feel safe. Some students rely on schools for meals, guidance, and emotional support that they may not get at home. A case in point is research from the United States Department of Agriculture, which found that students who participate in school programs perform better academically and have higher attendance. Missing these meals can lead to fatigue, lower concentration, and weaker learning outcomes. At the same time, a study published in the Journal of School Psychology in 2020 found that access to school counselors improves students' emotional well-being, reduces behavioral problems, and boosts academic achievement. Without reliable access to these services, students' ability to learn could be negatively affected. By keeping the school week as it is, we can ensure that all students continue to receive the support and stability they need. Hopefully, this has helped our house raise awareness for these students. Why worry about extra days off when some children literally rely on schools for meals, guidance, and support they don't get at home? What is more important? I ask you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pavlina. Now it is the turn of the second speaker for the motion, Farhan.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so great to see you all in this grateful debate which we are talking about. And our proposition is to reduce the schooling week from 5 days to 4 days in order to have more efficient students, a better coordinated teachers, and a great staff and school system. So I would like to start my argument by talking about some statistics, which might be some notorious ones. I would like to start by the cause of bullying and fighting in the schools. It's notorious, it's really bad, and we see this all the time in the schools. Many students report bullying and fighting between each other due to high stress, high anxiety, and high amount of adrenaline. To reduce these statistics, we need to implement a great behavioral constant in this, in which is by reducing 1 day from the schooling week. Many studies, such as Spark, which conducted in 2023, and Emily Morton in 2021, shows that by reducing the schooling week 1 day, which is 4, it would actually cause some great demographics. For example, in bullying, we can see a 39% decreasing, and for the fights, another 31%, which are amazing. I would like to talk about another important cause, which is sleep. The sleeping behavior and the sleeping cycle of the students is really crucial, and they should be really taken in attention. Why? Because our students need rest, need time to actually take care of themselves in order to glorify and in order to be excelling in their academics. Many research actually indicates that if we have a great time, such as like the 1 day that we're proposing to be cut off from the schooling week, held for training the mind by having great time for sleeping, resting, and focusing on other extracurricular activities, the brain of our students can rest, retain, and analyze the info and data that I've been learning throughout the schooling week. And I would like to really emphasize on the health of our students, the well-being, and the well-being of our teacher and the staff, and most importantly, the financial section that the school needs to take attention of. And the financial part is really important because if the school cannot sustain itself financially, it's not going to be really good for both retaining the teacher and giving a proper and high-level education to our students. And I would like to finally close my speech by addressing to all the delegates and dear judges. We need to take care of our students, the staff, the teachers, and the school and the education system. And our proposition is in great response for this action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farnham. Now it is the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Sebastian.
Dear teachers, parents, and fellow debaters, welcome to the debate. I don't believe that we should have school 4 days every week. I will prove my point. Let me begin with starting that going to school 5 days a week helps students stay away from excessive time of screen or staying up too late on days off, leading to sleep deprivation and fatigue on school days, which concerns many parents. For example, if students had one less day of school, they would spend it in front of the screen, whether watching TV, playing video games, or talking to their friends on social media. A survey taken from the National Library of Medicine suggests that students who accumulate a large amount of screen time were reported with worse health-related behaviors and academic performance. In addition, we should have 5 school days a week because students need enough time to build a healthy connection between students and teachers, as well as parents and teachers. A case in point is if students have one less day of school, they will have less time to interact socially with each other. Students and parents will see the teachers less, resulting in difficulty in getting to know them well and having a beneficial relationship with the students. In addition, a 4-day school week leads to longer and more tiring days for children. In order to compensate for the lost day, the remaining 4 days become more demanding and exhausting. A case in point is that parents may notice their children becoming more tired and less engaged during school hours. Research suggests that the longer school weeks are associated with higher academic achievement as the extra school day allows more time for learning, practice, and reinforcing knowledge. Furthermore, 3 studies examining students from kindergarten 8th grade in several states indicate a 4-day school schedule may lower performance in subjects. To conclude, having school days 5 days a week is better for students because it helps us learn better. As Malcolm X, an African American leader, said, education is our passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it for the today. So ask yourselves, do we really want to learn less by going to school only 4 days a week? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you all for a wonderful job. There will now be a 10-minute break for the teams to prepare their rebuttals. I will tell you when it is 1 minute before the 10 minutes are up. Please turn off your microphones and leave your cameras on and stay visible in the room. Your 10 minutes start from now. You have 1 minute. Now I would like to welcome you back and ask Burak, the rebuttal speaker for the motion, to begin.
Okay, I'm ready. Ladies and gentlemen, as the rebuttal speaker of the proposition team, I will respond to the opposition team's ideas and support why school should be 4 days instead of 5. First, they mentioned students will suffer from lack of interaction with their friends, lack of collaboration because of the 4 days of school system and because of the screen time. But we don't believe that actually, because there are some research that don't argue with this idea. Firstly, a study by Education Commission of the State says that schools can save from 0.4 to 2.5 money from their total budgets. It can be very helpful. For instance, if a school district has $20 million dollars for a year, even 2% of save means $400,000. And according to Rand Corporation, most of the school already use this money for supporting some sport activities or extracurricular activities, which helps students to interact with their friends more, and it really helps them to feeling better. And according to this research, most of the students, like 80% of the high school students and 90% of the elementary school students, spend that time with their family too. So it really helps to improve the interact with their family relationships and community engagement too. Secondly, they talked about the students will have fatigue and lack of concentration because of that. But research also doesn't support this idea too. A study by Rand Corporation finds that parents and teachers reports that students will have more time to relax and going back to the school more refreshed, more concentrate. So another study by Anderson and Walker also states that in Colorado there will be some improvements in reading and mathematics skills because of 4 days of school system. So it's not true that students will suffer from the lack of concentration and their academic success will drop. That's not true. The research shows the opposite, and we definitely believe that because of the my friends mentions and this rebuttal, schools should be definitely 4 days instead of 5 because it's helpful for the social interactions, and it's also helpful for the concentration, which is really important for the academic success. Thank you.
Thank you, Burak. Now we're ready for Aris, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Good evening. My fellow speakers have made some valid points against the motion. To begin with, longer school days might make students but also teachers tired and less focused. Moreover, the school week shouldn't be 4 days because that means reduced collaboration time among students and limited access for students too. The opposing team has mentioned a number of false facts. Firstly, you state that a shorter school week can reduce stress and allow for better work or school life balance and improve mental health isn't necessarily true. They fail to mention that people always have many reasons to be stressed. So an extra day off may cause them additional problems. For instance, many parents probably work and they will have to deal with the childcare challenges. In fact, the students you refer to, so the students and their parents' preference to the 4-day week, valuing the extra day for family, hobbies, and rest, but not to improve their work, school life. In addition, you would like us to believe that teachers often appreciate the extra day off, which can help them reduce burnout and improve their moral and classroom performance too. It was falsely assumed that the increase of job application in independent school districts in Missouri is related to 4-day schedule, but it's one day of the real reason. There's no doubt that there is a little research on the topic, as a working paper for the same organization finds that teachers' recruitment in other states didn't change at all at schools with 4-day schedules. We must admit that 4-day schools a week may help cost saving of 0.4% to 2.5% annually, but reducing expenses in transportation, food service, utilities, and hourly staffing. I see your point, but I think the savings are small because up to 65% of a school budget is dedicated to teachers' salaries, which are not usually cut anyway. To sum up, I strongly believe that the school week shouldn't be 4 days because we don't know if there is an impact on students, less knowledge, lower marks on tests, not achieving their goals. Shouldn't we do more research about it before they put it in practice at schools? And remember, life and time are the best teachers. Life teaches as the use of time, and time teaches us the value of time. Thank you.
Thank you. QLS would like to thank you all for participating in this debate. You will all be given certificates of participation in the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. The final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page at noon on Friday, 27th of March, and emailed to all the participating schools. Finally, we would like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. The next debate begins at 3:30 p.m. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you turn on your microphone so that we can check the sound?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you well. Hello.
Very
Okay,
good.
we'll
Hello.
wait for the other school.
Okay.
Thank
The other school will join in a minute, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hello to the other school too. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we can
Yeah.
hear you. Okay, if both let's start. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agilikia Migdaliou, and on behalf of QLS, I would like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I would also like to introduce the judges for today's debate, Jake Delatolas, Angela Douglas, and Katerina Papadimitriou. The motion for today's debate for the B1 level is, this House believes the school week should be 4 days. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade the judges and the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present. Their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's performance. The teams participating in this debate are Foreign Languages Purdzupli School in Greece and Magic Minds by Chrisa and Marieta, also in Greece. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion, Dimitra, Konstantina, and Aliki, and 3 against, Evangelos, Maria, and Panagiotis. I would like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their arguments. I will remind you by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. When the 3 minutes are up, I will ask you to finish your sentence. We would also like to remind participants that all microphones apart from the speakers should be turned off. Good luck to both teams. And now I would like to ask Dimitra, the first speaker for the motion, to begin the debate. Let the debate begin.
Good afternoon, judges, teachers, and dear friends. Welcome to our debate. Today, we're here to support the opinion that the school week should be 4 days instead of 5. This House believes that the 4-day school week would be better for students' health and well-being. To begin with, we all know that we students are often very tired. What we want to say is that every day we wake up early, we attend classes all day, and then we do homework in the evening. After 5 days, many students feel stressed and sometimes even exhausted from their heavy school timetable. So, if we only had four school days, we would have more time to rest, spend time with our family, and socialize with our friends. According to a major study by Cambridge University in 2023,
A 4-day week reduced stress. Researchers found that 71% of people felt more energized and focused in class when they were more relaxed. Secondly, mental health is very important. Too much stress can cause anxiety, depression, anger, and phobias, which can make students nervous or worried. For example, if students have mental health problems, they won't feel motivated to go to school. An extra day of school would give students time to recover and take care of themselves. In conclusion, there's no doubt in my mind to ask you to vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitra. Now it is the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Evangelos.
At first glance, the idea of a 4-day school week may sound modern and attractive. Many people believe it would reduce stress and give people more free time. However, if we examine this proposal more carefully, we discover that it creates several serious problems, like reduced academic performance and increasing inequality between students. We, as junior high school students, believe that education requires more stability and equal opportunities for all students. For these reasons, we strongly oppose the idea of a 4-day school week. Firstly, several studies show that a 4-day school week can harm academic performance. A 2025 study at Oregon State University found that students of 2,100 schools using the 4-day school week performed worse in maths and reading compared to the traditional 5-day schools. Education should not experiment with students learning one. Secondly, a 4-day school week can increase inequality between students. Research summarized by the Education Commission of the state shows that a 4-day school week is more common in rural and low-income districts. This raises concerns about inequality. Disadvantaged students may stay home alone, lose access to school meals, miss academic performance. School is often the most stable and structured environment for child's life. If we reduce school time, it can widen the achievement gap instead of reducing it. Another important issue is that the 4-day school week can't work equally well across all types of schools. For example, elementary schools and special education schools often require more supervision, support, and structured learning time. If we shorten school time, it can disrupt this structure and make learning more difficult for them. Because of these reasons, the 4-day school week can work in some situations, but it can be applied effectively across all types of schools. For this reason, a 5-day school week still remains a more stable and reliable system across all types of schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Evangelos. Now it is the turn of the second speaker for the motion, Konstantina.
Hello everyone, I'm Constantina. Now we'll continue with some further points why this house believes that the school week should be 4 days instead of 5. I'll talk about education. There are a lot of people who believe that fewer school days mean less learning for students, but this is not true. What is important in education is not how many days we go to school, but on the contrary, it is important in our education to have quality. What we mean to say is that quality learning is what improves our education and not the number of days we go to school. For example, if we have good and helpful teachers who explain the lesson nicely and make it easier to understand, or if the school books are well written and they aren't written in a complicated way, making students confused. Also, if the school has organized well a program of revisions, assignments, projects, and tests, helping students to organize their homework and understand the reason why they have to go to school and study. The school should also provide the equipment and the materials such as interactive whiteboards, comfortable environment, and a friendly atmosphere which prevents bullying. This is what makes us learn and not having 5 or 6 days of school. So, if we have quality at our school with a 4 day school week, days can be slightly longer, but learning will be easier and more comfortable. This way, students can still complete the same lessons and school material in 4 days instead of 5. But I also want to say that students would have more time to start a hobby or a sport, to prepare for exams without pressure, and to complete their homework. To sum up, a 4 day school week benefits both students and teachers in many ways. And remember that it doesn't mean less learning for students, but a better way to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Konstantina. Now it is the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Maria.
Apart from the risk of reduced academic performance and educational inequality, after the school week, to increase stress levels among students, and it can even have a negative impact on families, especially working parents. One major problem with a 4 day school week is that it can actually increase stress rather than reduce it. If schools reduce the number of the days, they still need to cover the same amount of material. This means that lessons must be compressed into fewer days, making each school day longer and more intense. As a result, students may face heavier workloads, longer hours of concentration, and more homework in a shorter period of time. Educational research shows that students' concentration decreases during long academic sessions. When students are required to focus for too many hours in one day, they become mentally exhausted, which makes learning less effective and more stressful. For these reasons, a 4 day school week does not solve the problem of stress. It may actually make it worse. And another important problem with a 4 day school week is the impact it can have on families, especially for parents. Most parents work at least 5 days a week. If schools operate only 4 days, parents must find childcare for the extra day when their children are not at school. This can be very difficult and expensive, particularly for families with limited financial resources. As a result, some students may be left at home without supervision or support. As this can create safety concerns and additional stress for families. Schools are not only places for learning, they also provide structure and supervision during the day. When schools close an extra day each week, many parents reorganize their work schedules or find alternative solutions which can create serious practical challenges. For these reasons, a 4 day school week may place an unnecessary burden on working families rather than helping them. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for a wonderful job. There will now be a 10-minute break for the teams to prepare their rebuttals. I will tell you when it is 1 minute before the 10 minutes are up. Please turn off your microphones and leave your cameras on and stay visible in the room. Your 10 minutes start from now. You have 1 minute. Now I would like to welcome you all back and ask Aliki, the rebuttal speaker for the motion, to begin.
Hello, did you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, respected judges, teachers, and dear friends. I'm the rebuttal speaker for the motion, which believes that the school week should be 4 days instead of 5. Now, I would like to respond to the arguments from the opposite team. To begin with, you mentioned that students won't learn as much as they would if they had 5 days. However, that is not true. This House believes that if schools have better quality and are a bit longer, students won't fall behind schedules. In fact, students are more focused during lessons when they have one extra day to rest. Secondly, the opposition said that the parents would have problems with childcare, but schools can help out by organizing clubs or studying sessions that free day. Also, that extra day can help the parents bond with the children. We know that if school days are longer, students will be less concentrated. But if they have longer school breaks, they will enjoy school better. Imagine having a 30-minute break. Another point of yours was that disadvantaged students will have problems. While disadvantaged students can be helped by special teachers, videos, or even AI, you're focusing on the hours of the student spends at school, but we are focusing on the quality of learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Aliki. Now we are ready for Panagiotis, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Hello. So the central question in this debate is whether this change truly improves education. So this debate is not simply about how we want to educate. It is about the future of education. While the idea of a 4-day school week may sound attractive, it does not address the real challenge that students face. In fact, evidence suggests that it can reduce academic performance, increase inequality between students, and disrupt the consistency that learning requires. Education should expand opportunities for students, not reduce them. Progress in education does not mean learning less. It means learning better. It means learning that requires time to achieve better learning outcomes. However, even if attendance improves slightly, research suggests academic performance, especially in mathematics, can decline in some 4-day systems. Also, the opposition team argued that students will be less stressed. However, reducing the school days does not remove stress. It simply concentrates the same workload into fewer and more demanding days. Schools must still teach the same material. That means longer classes and faster lessons. Consequently, instead of reducing pressure, the schedule can create 4 very intense days, which may increase fatigue and stress. Also, the opposition team argued that students will be more focused during the 4-day school week. However, the longer school days often reduce concentration rather than improve. Educational research shows that attention decreases after many hours of learning. Therefore, if school days become longer, students may feel exhausted and learn less effectively during the final hour. Thank you.
Thank you. QLS would like to thank you all for participating in this debate. You will all be given certificates of participation in the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. The final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page at noon on Friday, 27th of March, and emailed to all the participating schools. Finally, we would like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. The next debate begins at 4:15 p.m. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Κλείνω το Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, can you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
That's better for the video. And the other school, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you check the microphones a little bit so before we start? Can you say something?
Yes, can you listen to us?
Yeah. Hello.
I
Can you
think
hear us?
yes.
Okay.
Everything is good. Ski and the Preka College, can you try?
Yes, can you? Yes.
Can you try again?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good. Can the Pionierski school try to speak again in the microphone? I think there's an echo. I just want to make sure. No, it's okay. You from Preka College, everything is okay. You just have to speak up. But the other school, I just want to make sure if I can hear you well and there's no echo.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear my voice when I speak, but when you speak, I don't think I can hear my voice. It's okay. For the Preka College, I see that you're logged in from another device.
Yes, we have logged in from another device because we want the student to see the opponents, if that is okay. I'm going to...
Oh, from the...
From the screen, yes.
It's fine. I just
Okay.
sure if everything was all right. If both teams are ready, then we shall begin.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agilikia Migdaliou, and on behalf of QLS, I would like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I would also like to introduce the judges for today's debate, Jake Delatolas, Angela Douglas, and Katerina Papadimitriou. The motion for today's debate for the B1 level is, this House believes the school week should be 4 days. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade the judges and the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present. Their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's performance. The teams participating in this debate are Pionierski Dom Center za Kulturo Mladi School in Slovenia and Preka College in Greece. Not Greece, sorry, Albania. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion, Jan, Nicola, and Nedza, and 3 against, Ario, Kerry, and Amelia. I would like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their arguments. I will remind you by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. When the 3 minutes are up, I will ask you to finish your sentence. We would also like to remind participants that all microphones apart from the speakers should be turned off. Good luck to both teams. And now I would like to ask Jan, the first speaker for the motion, to begin the debate. Let the debate begin.
Dear fellow students and teachers and judges, today we are discussing an important question. Should the school week be 4 days? We think this is a good idea and we are here to explain why. First of all, students need more rest and less stress. Many students feel tired after 5 long days of school, homework, and activities. Scientists say average teenagers should sleep around 8 to 10 hours every night, but many students do not get enough sleep during the school week. Lack of sleep can reduce attention and concentration in class. With an extra day without school, students can sleep more, relax, enjoy hobbies, and reduce stress. Reading, hobbies, and exercises are also welcome to be used in the free day, which are all important for a balanced life. Secondly, a shorter school week can improve students' mental health. Many young people feel pressure after exams, homework, and busy schedules. An extra free day could help them relax more, spend time with friends and family, or enjoy hobbies. For example, in France, some primary schools have already used the 4-day school week schedule, giving students an extra free day to relax. Many students use this day for sports, music, or creative activities, which help them develop important life skills. Finally, students who are well rested can learn better. When students are tired, they cannot concentrate well in class. However, when students are rested, they can remember information better. Research from an American university found that a 4-day school week had similar or even better results. This shows that quality of learning matters more than numbers of the school week. Therefore, a 4-day school week can help students rest more, reduce stress, and learn better. When students are healthier, happier, and more focused, they become better learners. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Now it is the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Ariel.
Respected judges and opponents, dear audience. Today, we argue that the 5-day school week is necessary for academic success, stability, and equal opportunity. I firstly want you to picture a classroom on a Friday afternoon. Students are tired. They want to go home, but they've solved problems, discussed ideas, worked in teams, and arrived one step closer to their goals. Now, picture removing one of those days each week. That is 36 fewer days each year. Almost 2 months of learning have just vanished. And now the question before us is simple. Can we afford to lose that time? Let us firstly define the key terms. The school week refers to the number of official instructional days students attend school each week. Should express its obligation and recommendation. It asks which system is better, not only for us students, but for society as a whole. 5 days means a structured Monday to Friday schedule. Firstly, a 5-day school week protects academic achievement. Learning takes time, patience, and guided assistance. According to PISA 2022, results published by the OECD in December of 2023, countries with stable and structured school schedules, such as Japan and Germany, have continued to perform above the OECD averages in math and reading. These systems follow a traditional 5-day schedule. More contact hours allow teachers to explain difficult concepts slowly, check understanding, and correct mistakes early. If students attend fewer days, Teachers either have to rush lessons or cut content entirely. This leads to a shallow understanding. Second, a 5-day week creates discipline and emotional stability. Teenagers need routine, and we can all agree with it. The American Academy of Pediatrics reported in 2021 that consistent weekday schedules improve sleep quality and reduce anxiety in adolescents. When students have 3 days away from school every week, many go to bed later or spend time on their screens, or do both. A regular Monday to Friday rhythm builds responsibility. Students learn to manage homework daily rather than leaving everything for the last moment. Third, school is a space where students develop and socialize. UNESCO stated in its 2022 Global Education Report that schools play a key role in social development, especially in teens. Clubs, debates, sport teams, and art programs. These all take place during or after school week, after the regular school week. If the week is shorter, many of these activities are reduced. So students lose opportunities to develop leadership, teamwork, and communication skills. These are skills that employers look for. Education should prepare our students for real life, not only exams. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Ariel. Now it is the turn of the second speaker for the motion, Nicola.
Dear fellow students and judges, I would like to continue supporting the motion that the school week should be 4 days. First of all, a 4-day school week gives students more time for activities and personal development. Students could use the extra day to play sports, learn music, practice art, or develop other hobbies. These activities help students become more creative and confident. They also help students to discover their talents and interests outside of the classroom. For example, many European education programs encourage sports and creative activities because they help young people develop teamwork and social skills. Through these activities, students learn how to cooperate with others, solve problems, and express their ideas. Students learn important life skills outside the classroom. Secondly, a shorter school week allows more family time. Today, many families are very busy. Parents working long hours and students have many school responsibilities. An extra day could give families more time to talk, eat meals together, or go on trips. Families could also spend this time relaxing, playing sports together, or visiting relatives. This is important because strong family relationships help children feel safe, supported, and happy. When students feel supported at home, they are often more confident and successful at school. Finally, a 4-day school week could help save money and help the environment. If schools close one extra day each week, they use less electricity, heating, water, and transportation. This can save money for both schools and families. For example, many European countries are trying to reduce traffic and air pollution around schools by encouraging walking, cycling, and fewer car journeys. If schools operate one day less, there would also be fewer journeys to school, which would reduce traffic and pollution. At the same time, fewer school buses and car trips mean less air pollution, which is better for the environment. To conclude, a 4-day school week would give students more opportunities to develop their talents, spend time with their families, and protect the environment. This change would not only benefit students, but also families, schools, and the community. For these reasons, we strongly believe that the school week should be 4 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it is the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Keds.
Hi everyone, my teammate has shown why 5 days of support, learning and stability are conditional. I will now build on that case. I will explain how a 5-day week supports working families, protect academic standards in long term, and strengthens the overall education system. Fourth, a 5-day school week supports working families and national economy. Eurostat data from 2023 show that more than 70% of women in the European Union are part of the workforce. Most full-time jobs follow a 5-day schedule. If schools close one extra day per week, parents must arrange childcare or reduce working hours. This creates financial pressure. In the United States, when some districts moved to a 4-day school week between 2018 and 2022, studies from Oregon State University in 2023 found that families reported higher childcare costs and increased stress. Education systems should support families, not create extra burden. Fifth, evidence shows that reducing school days does not improve academic results. The 2021 study, published by researchers from Brown University, examined 4-day school weeks in several US states. The result showed lower math achievement and no clear improvement in students' well-being. In 2023, further researchers from University of Arkansas found similar patterns, especially in rural districts. Students performed worse in readings and mathematics compared to the peers in 5-day system. Fewer days did not mean better outcomes. Sixth, teacher development and collaboration require structured time within a stable system. The Education Policy Institute in the United Kingdom reported in 2002 that schools with regular professional development session and collaborative planning improved student progress. A 5-day school week allows the schools to balance teaching hours and teachers training without cutting students' instruction. In a 4-day model, schools often extended daily hours to compensate. Longer days increase fatigues for both teachers and students. Tired learners absorb less information. In total, a 5-day school weeks protect academic quality, emotional stability, and family balance. Education shapes future generations. For this reason, we firmly support this motion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you all for a wonderful job. There will now be a 10-minute break for the teams to prepare their rebuttals. I will tell you when it is 1 minute before the 10 minutes are up. Please turn off your microphones and leave your cameras on, and stay visible in the room. Your 10 minutes start from now. You have 1 minute. Now I would like to welcome you back and ask Neja, the rebuttal speaker for the motion, to begin.
Dear students and judges, after hearing the opposite team, I would like to point out several points as follows. First, the opponent team has said that students want to go home because they're tired, but in the 4 days of school, they get more rest than in 5. You also mentioned that there aren't equal opportunities, but in the 4 days, you could learn the same amount of knowledge. If we increase the quality of learning, students could actually learn more in 4 days than in 5. As the opponent team said, in the 5 days they have a better emotional stability, but as we know, a lot of students are stressing over grades, so that means they get less sleep. When students feel less stressed, they're more focused on the grades, which gives them a better chance of getting into a better college. Therefore, a school day should be 4 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're ready for Amelia, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Hello everyone, my name is Amelia. Before I start trying to convince you why schools should stay 5 days long, I have something to say about the opponent's argument. Firstly, their arguments were repeated and basically the same. Both speakers said that the 4-day schedule system equaled more free time, which is not true. Because even though the week schedule would be reduced, the day schedules would have to get longer to compensate for the lost work materials, as the school curriculum would stay the same. Also, they said that the free day would be used for extracurricular activities, but that's mostly for students who come from a monetary background, who have the money and opportunities to actually follow up with those extracurricular activities. For other students who don't come from that background, who are lower class or even middle class, those opportunities will not be available. So that would basically mean a bigger achievement gap. Also, come on, we are all students. We all know what we do on our free time, and that's basically sleep, eat, hang out with friends, and most importantly, stay on our phone. And that's exactly what a 2022 report from the Brookings Institution found, that students spend most of their free time on their phones. And this research was conducted from districts who followed up with the 4-day systems compared to districts who followed up with a 5-day system. Also, parents, they said that parents and students would have more time to spend together. But is that really true? Parents and students have very similar schedules, and the 5-day school system is very coherent with the 5-day working system that parents are on. So this is also very helpful for parents so they can coordinate with their children. So except for working 5 days and studying 5 days, also their timetables are very similar. So parents work usually in the 8 to 4 or 9 to 5, and students are at school at these times as well. They also said that it saves money, but that's not true. Because even though students would not go to school for 1 day, the other days would have to get longer to compensate for the lost time. So basically, the school would have to stay open for more periods of time, and basically would spend the same energy. Consistency is key. As my dad says, it's only 10% of talent and 90% of work of hard work and consistency. So academic achievements stay on top, and that's why we believe that it may seem like fun at first, but the 4-day school system might be fun at first, and it may seem more easygoing and more fun for us. But that's only temporary. For long-term growth and consistency, consistency and hard work are key. So the 5-day school system is superior. Thank you.
Thank you. QLS would like to thank you all for participating in this debate. You will all be given certificates of participation in the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. The final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page at noon on Friday, 27th of March, and emailed to all the participating schools. Finally, we would like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. The next debate begins at 5:30 p.m. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
So we have a break until 5:30. If you would like to turn off your camera until then.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, we can hear you.
That's great. Can you please check the microphones? Can the children speak so that we can make sure they're heard?
Okay, come here and just say hello. Hello.
That's great.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello to the ABC Success Lab school. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Can you
Okay.
hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you check the microphone? Is this the microphone that the speakers are going to use?
Yes, yes, yes. We have two of them.
Okay. Can we check from this distance if the sound is okay?
Yes. Just one moment. Can you hear us?
Hi.
I can hear you very well.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear that too. Thank you. Okay, are both of the schools ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay. And the other school? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
If both of the Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agilikia Migdaliou, and on behalf of QLS, I would like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I would also like to introduce the judges for today's debate, Jake Delatolas, Angela Douglas, and Katerina Papadimitriou. The motion for today's debate for the B1 level is, this House believes the school week should be 4 days. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade the judges and the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present. Their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's performance. The teams participating in this debate are Adana Tukurova Bilimve Sanat Merkezi School in Turkey and ABC Success Lab in Greece. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion, Duru, Elif, and Defne, and 3 against, Nikolaos, Angeliki, and Natalia. I would like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their arguments. I will remind you by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. When the 3 minutes are up, I will ask you to finish your sentence. We would also like to remind participants that all microphones, apart from the speakers, should be turned off. Good luck to both teams. And now I would like to ask Duru, the first speaker for the motion, to begin the debate. Let the debate begin.
Hello, opposing team and judges. I am Duru Yılmaz, and today I will explain why schools should be 4 days a week under 3 different headings. First, students need a rest. Second, students need to spend time with their families. And finally, stress. First of all, many students feel very tired during the week. They wake up early and spend too many hours at school. After they go home, they still have homework to do and exams to study for. Because of this busy schedule, students often feel stressed and sometimes even unhappy. When students are very tired, it becomes hard for them to focus in class. They may listen to the teacher, but they do not fully understand the lesson. This can make learning more difficult. When students cannot focus well, they may also lose their motivation for school. The other point is students need a rest. Rest is not a waste of time. It helps brain work better. If students had 1 more free day, they could sleep a little longer and feel more energetic. When they are well rested and happy, they can pay more attention class and learn faster. Sometimes studying too much without a break can reduce the success. In addition, a 4-day school week will give students more free time for themselves. For example, they can spend more time with their families. Family support is very important for young people. Eating together, talking to parents, or doing simple activities can make students feel happy and calm. When students feel supported by their families, they often feel more confident and motivated at school. The other reason is mental health. Today, many students feel pressure because they want to get good grades and be successful. Sometimes this pressure becomes too much. If students had 1 more free day, they can do something to clear their mind or just sit and relax. In this day, when students feel calm and happy, they can learn better and remember information more easily. Some people may say that fewer school day means less learning. However, I believe that quality of learning is more important number of the days. When students feel tired and stressed, they cannot learn effectively even if they spend too many hours at school. But when they are well rested and happy, they can learn more in less time. I believe that 4-day school week will make students happier, healthier, less stressed, and more successful in the long term. Students need a balance in their lives, not only schoolwork. Thank you for your attention and listening.
Thank you, Duru. Now it is the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Nikolaos.
Hello,
everyone. Today I will explain why I think changing school from 5 days to 4 days a week is not a good idea. First, students need enough time to learn. At school, we study many subjects like math, science, and history. If we have only 4 days of school, teachers will have less time to explain the lessons. This means students may not understand everything well. Second, the students will probably be longer. Students will stay more hours at school every day. After many hours, students feel tired and it becomes harder to concentrate. When students are tired, they cannot learn well. Another reason is that this change can create problems for parents. Most parents work 5 days a week. If children stay at home one extra day, parents may not know who can take care of them. This can be difficult for many families. Also, school is not only for studying. At school, we meet friends, talk with classmates, and work together. These social experiences are very important for every student. With fewer school days, students will have fewer chances to see their friends and work with others. Finally, the extra free day may not always be used in a good way. Some students may spend more time on their phones, watch TV, or playing video games. In conclusion, a 4 day school week may sound nice, but it can reduce learning time, make students more tired, and create problems for families. For this reason, I believe that 5 days of school are better. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nikolaos. Now it is the turn of the second speaker for the motion, Elif.
Hello, I'm Sudan, and I'm starting with my first argument. Humans are social creatures and they need to socialize and communicate with other people, but unfortunately, school time takes too long. If school time is shortened, students can easily interact with other people, and this relationship affects students positively. School time takes 8 hours, so there's no time to do other social activities like sport, art, music, meeting with friends, visiting relatives, or just resting. This problem makes students more lonely and depressed. If school time has been reduced to 4 days, students can do other social activities in leisure time and no need to worry about their academic future. And also, I want to talk about real-life learning. School teaches us many important subjects like maths, science, history. But school life is not only about exams and lessons. In real life, we also need different skills. If school were 4 days a week, students could learn different life skills. For example, they can learn how to cook, manage money, learning a new language. And most important things is they can learn real life. And another topic is teenage groups. Everyone knows school is a compulsory place and we think relationships in school are a little forced. Teenagers need warm friendship and they can find a warm environment outside of school. It may be misunderstood. We don't say students can find real friends in school. We say they may have more opportunity to find correct environments. You know, teenage groups are very important for students' confidence. They can express themselves easily when they with their peers. This is the first thing of gaining the ability to express opinions in front of an audience. And my last topic is students can plan their future career in leisure time. Namely, in leisure time, they don't need to worry about exams and lessons. They only focus on themselves, who they are, what waits for them in the future, which abilities do they possess. They can think about these questions and aware of their purpose in life. Finally, we will have raised teenagers who are aware of their identities. In conclusion, teenagers are our future and we must try to do our best for them. First of all, we should provide the right school life for students. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Now, it is the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Angeliki.
Thank you. I will now present two additional reasons why the school week should remain 5 days. First, school is not only about academic learning, but it's also a place where students develop social skills. At school, students learn how to work in teams, communicate with others, solve problems together, respect different opinions. If the school week becomes shorter, students will have less time to interact with classmates and teachers. This may affect friendships and communication skills. School is an important place where young people learn how to cooperate and become responsible members of society. Another important point is that a 4-day school week may create problems for parents. Many parents work 5 days a week. If children stay at home one extra day, parents may need to find childcare or babysitter, which can be expensive and difficult. Not all families have relatives or childcare options available. Therefore, keeping the 5-day school week supports both students and families. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you all for a wonderful job. There will now be a 10-minute break for the teams to prepare their rebuttals. I will tell you when it is 1 minute before the 10 minutes are up. Please turn off your microphones and leave your cameras on and stay visible in the room. Your 10 minutes start from now. You have 1 minute. Now I would like to welcome you back and ask Daphne, the rebuttal speaker for the motion, to begin.
Hello, I'm Daphne. Today we talk about the 4-day school weeks. My teammates already explained many important points, and I would like to summarize their ideas and add my own argument. At the beginning, my first teammates talk about free time. Students need the time to study and rest. When students have more free time, they can review their lessons, finish their homework, and study for their exams. They can also feel more relaxed and stressed. They can review their lesson and they can understand their lesson more easily. They can have more free time and they can feel more happier and less stressed. They can learn better at school. Secondly, my other teammates talk about benefit of free time on learning the real life. For their school weeks, students have more free time for learning the real life. They can help their parents more and they can join the clubs. It's important for their real life. With a 4-day school week, students can more free time for spending time with their families and friends. This is good thing for their social life and relationship, and is important for their future communication skills. Now, I would like to talk about teachers. Teachers work very hard. They answer our questions, help us for many topics, and check our homework and exams. They need some free time for resting enough. With a 4-day school week, they can rest enough. They can rest one more day, and they can spend time with their family and friends, and also they can prepare for lesson better. So, we can say that a 4-day school week is a good idea for teachers too. Finally, there is an economic advantage. If school closes one more day, there can be less wasting on electricity, water, heating system, and transportation. Families can also save money on daily school expenses.
1 minute.
So, a 4-day school week is a good idea for teachers, students, and schools too. In that way, we can reduce environmental pollution by using less energy. In conclusion, we believe that a 4-day school week is a good idea for students, families, teachers, and schools. Now, I would like to rebuttal some of the arguments from other team. They said that there can be lose discipline, but instead of losing discipline, we can learn how to manage our life. If we can learn how to manage our life, we can plan our screen time too. Secondly, there can be security problem. Parents work 5 days, but students go to school for 4 days. But the money which saved on daily school expenses can use for au pair or local clubs for students. They can be more social there like school, and they can be reduce their screen time. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Daphne. Now we are ready for Natalia, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Hi. What's the whole difference? Hi.
Sorry.
Okay.
Rebuttal. The other team may argue that a 4-day school week gives students more free time and less stress. However, this is not necessarily true. If schools reduce the number of days, teachers will probably need to teach the same amount of material in fewer days. This could mean longer school hours and more homework. In addition, the extra free day may not always be used productively. Many students might simply spend more time on phones, video games, or even social media. School provides structured learning, supervision, and meaningful interaction, which is more beneficial. Conclusion. To conclude, we firmly believe that the school week should remain 5 days because 1. Students need enough time to learn properly. 2. School provides support and structure and routine. 3. Students develop social skills at school. And 4. A 4-day week may create problems for families. For these reasons, we strongly oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. QLS would like to thank you all for participating in this debate. You will all be given certificates of participation in the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. The final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page at noon on Friday, 27th of March, and emailed to all the participating schools. Finally, we would like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. The next debate begins at 6:15 p.m. Goodbye, everyone.
Hello, can you hear us?
Hello, yes, we can.
We're fine then. We're here waiting. I don't know if everybody has joined. Is Excelix, is the other school here in?
We'll see. Is the other school in? I can't tell because there isn't, the name is not there.
Okay.
I think.
We're here waiting. I'm just muting my microphone.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
When you're ready to start, okay?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I think I see the other school. Can you please make sure that we can hear you? Can the other school, the Excelix school, because I don't know, it says Dell.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, we can hear you. Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you. Also, can the Excelix school change the name so that we can see that it's the name of the school there because it says Dell? Can you change that? If it's not possible, we will do it for you. It's all right. Are both teams ready to start?
We're ready.
Thank you. And the other school?
We are ready as well.
All right. Let's start the recording. Good evening, everyone. My name is Agilikia Migdaliou, and on behalf of QLS, I would like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I would also like to introduce the judges for today's debate: Jake Delatolas, Angela Douglas, Katerina Papadimitriou. The motion for today's debate for the B1 level is: this House believes the school week should be 4 days. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade the judges and the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present. Their remarks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's performance. The teams participating in this debate are Neon School in Greece and Excelixis, also in Greece. As always, there are three speakers for the motion, Michaela, Angeliki, and Katerina, and three against, Vasilia, Thanasis, and Anastasia. I would like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their arguments. I will remind you by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. When the 3 minutes are up, I will ask you to finish your sentence. We would also like to remind participants that all microphones apart from the speakers should be turned off. Good luck to both teams. And now I would like to ask Michaela, the first speaker for the motion, to begin the debate. Let the debate begin.
Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Michaela and I support the motion that the school week should be 4 days. I'm sad to say that children nowadays are feeling the pressure of school and their mental health is suffering. An article in the Guardian newspaper in February 2024 said that UK students were feeling more anxious and were often struggling to cope with the challenges of school. A 4-day school week will give students a better work-life balance. Ask any student. A shorter school week will reduce that stress. How? They will have more time to do their homework, but also to socialize with friends, enjoy hobbies, play sports, spend time with their families, and interested outside of school. All these things benefits the mental health of the students. Having more time to complete homework more carefully will help students avoid making careless mistakes. They will have more time to think and practice what they've learned. As a result, they will be less stressed and feel better prepared for exams. Stress is often the reason why some students don't do well in exams, and this stress can cause more serious emotional problems. With 3 free days, students can be in control of how they organize their time, which is empowering and a good life lesson. It will also teach them to prioritize work in a deadline important for school and for their future career. When students are organized, are in control, they will feel less stressed, less tired, can focus better in class, produce better work. And we mustn't forget the teachers, who also suffers from stress and overwork. Marking homework takes a lot of time at home. Rushed homework that full of careless mistakes doesn't show the true skills of the students. With students spending more time and producing better homework, teachers could mark it faster, giving them more time to relax at home with their families. A less stressed teacher benefits everyone, and less days in class will also give teachers more time to prepare lessons. These are just some of many good reasons why school week will be 4 days. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Michaela. Now it is the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Vasilia.
Some people may think that a 4-day school week is a good idea, but I strongly believe that it has some serious disadvantages that affect negatively some people's lives and daily routines. Firstly, a 4-day school week would cause loss of learning. Studies from organizations such as run corporations show that students in 4-day schools often make slower progress compared to those in 5-day schools. That's because in a 3-day break, most of them forget what they have done at the start of the week, so they have trouble resuming lessons again. Next, students in a 4-day school week won't be able to do their after-school activities because school days will be longer, more tiring, and the kids may be given a lot of homework. As a result, the kids will be very tired or won't have enough time to do their after-school activities. So perhaps they will have to fill their day off, which was meant for more time to rest, with those activities. Another reason why I think that a 4-day school week is not a good or suitable idea is that the students with learning disabilities and the students who struggle with their homework won't have enough time won't have the help they need, as they will have less time with their parents after school, so they won't be able to help them as much. That means less learning while others fall behind. To sum up, a 4-day school week would cause loss of learning, prevent students from doing their homework, their after school activities, and leave vulnerable students without the support they need. For these and my teammates' reasons, I believe that a 4-day school week has serious disadvantages that affect negatively people's lives and daily routines. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasilia. Now it is the turn of the second speaker for the motion, Angeliki.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela, and I agree with the motion that the school week should be 4 days. In our fast changing world, are all the subjects we learn in school necessary in 2026? With AI being used more and more, and many jobs have already disappeared due to the use of technology, some subjects could be removed from the school timetable, meaning less lessons to fit into the 4-day school week. For example, Ancient Greek, a dead language which only a very small minority of students will ever use in their working lives. In the UK, for instance, another dead language, Latin, is only taught in less than 13% of state schools. While the core subjects must say, schools could choose to offer some subjects like music, drama as optional, lessons after school hours or on the 5th non-school day, leaving the choice up to students and parents. School trips could also be optional on the 5th day, so students wouldn't miss a day's lesson. Times are changing. Why not change the school curriculum and the school week to suit 21st century? Another benefit is that schools would reduce their costs in winter. Schools wouldn't have to heat the classroom for 5 days, but only for 4. The same will happen in May, June, with schools saving money on water and electricity bills without expensive air conditioning and fans. This would save the school money, which could be spent on new books or equipment. Districts in many countries like the US, Japan, and France already have the 4-day school week, and others are soon to start. In the US, 80% of high school students and 90% of elementary students were happy with the change, and so were the parents. Why? Because it's a better option for everyone. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Angeliki. Now it is the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Thanasis.
My partner has already shown us some strong reasons why a 4-day school week is not effective. I will now add further arguments to support her case. I strongly believe that schools shouldn't be 4 days instead of 5 because students would return home after school much more tired than later. Studies suggest that compressing the material into 4 days requires longer hours, often 50 minutes per day, often 50 minutes per day, which causes reduced concentration, especially for elementary school students. Therefore, in this case, students will not only return home from school later, but they will not be able to focus on their homework and after-school activities. This shows why it's true that a 4-day school week would be more tiring for students than a 5-day one. Another problem that a 4-day school week might cause is childcare problems. Parents often work 5 days every week. As a result, it's clear that children with Monday or Friday free will have to stay home by themselves. With 1 day off, most parents will not let their children stay home alone without supervision. This means an extra cost for families which will prove hard for low-income ones. That's another reason why the school week would be problematic with only 4 days. My last point against the 4-day school week are the consequences of an extended day. One of them is the decreased time for school. Students will have after-school lessons for sure, but the increased duration of the day plus those lessons make the students' free time less than it should be. This shows us that this decreased time
1 minute.
would make it difficult for students to study all their homework at once, and the next day they will go to school without all their homework done. To sum up, a 4-day school week would make students more tired, create serious childhood problems for families, and leave students with less time to complete their work. These points prove that the 4-day school program is not effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for a wonderful job. There will now be a 10-minute break for the teams to prepare their rebuttals. I will tell you when it is 1 minute before the 10 minutes are up. Please turn off your microphones and leave your cameras on and stay visible in the room. Your 10 minutes start from now. You have 1 minute. Now I would like to welcome you back and ask Katerina, the rebuttal speaker, for the motion to begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Katerina. I have listened to the many arguments put forward by the opposing team, which I must dispute. They have argued that if the school week is reduced to 4 days, that sport activities may be reduced or cut from the timetable. Really? According to the National Institute of Health in the USA, sports activities were not reduced. In fact, more hours of students' sports were offered and scheduled on day 5, making it an optional activity which has turned out to be very popular among students, teachers, and parents. The same is true for arts subjects like music and drama. So this argument is clearly not true. They have also talked about less support for students with learning difficulties. But why? Many schools with a 4-day week use the 5th day for special lessons to help students who are struggling with their work and those with learning difficulties, giving them more teacher time. Problems for the parents. The opposite team struggle that parents may have to pay for childcare for the extra day that students are at home. However, while this may be a problem for small islands, most Greek cities are moving towards the standard European hours, staying open all day and closing at 5 or 4 p.m. This would actually help most parents who may work in shops or offices, as they could collect their children from school after work. Finally, let me leave you with this warning statistic. About 40,000 Greek students are studying at 48 universities right now, with most choosing the UK, Germany, Italy, and the USA. And this number is increasing. Why? Perhaps the way students learn at school and the school curriculum itself needs to change with the times. Other countries are using their 4-day school week. Why not Greece? Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Katerina. Now we are ready for Anastasia, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Hello, I'm Anastasia. The other team has tried to convince us that a 4-day school week is a good idea. However, my teammates and I strongly disagree. I will now show you why their arguments are not as strong as they seem. First, the other team claims that students will have more time to rest and will feel less stressed. It is true that an extra day off sounds appealing. However, as my partner explained, school days will become significantly longer and more tiring. So, in reality, students would not feel more rested, they would simply be exhausted in a different way. A longer, more intense school day creates just as much stress, if not more. Second, they argue that teachers will have more time to plan better lessons. This may sound like a benefit, but we should not forget that teachers would also have to compress the same amount of material into fewer and longer days. This means their planning would actually become harder, not easier. More content in less time is a challenge, not an advantage. Finally, the other team suggests that students will have more time for hobbies and family. However, as both my partners pointed out, students will be too tired after longer school days to enjoy their hobbies. Furthermore, the extra day off would most likely be used to catch up on homework, not to spend quality time with family. Not to forget, all the subjects in our school system have a reason of existing. Like ancient Greek, this subject helps us understand modern Greek more easily. Same for Latin. To conclude, my team has shown that a 4-day school week would cause loss of learning and leave vulnerable students without the support they need. We have also demonstrated that longer school days would make students more tired, create serious childcare problems for families, and reduce the time students have to complete their work. Finally, as I have just argued, the proposition's claim about rest, teacher preparation, and family time simply do not hold up under scrutiny. For all these reasons, we firmly believe that a 4-day school week is not effective and should not be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. QLS would like to thank you all for participating in this debate. You will all be given certificates of participation in the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. The final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page at noon on Friday, 27th of March, and emailed at all the participating schools. Finally, we would like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. The next debate begins at 7 p.m. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
I just wanted to let you know that for the next debate, the Excelixis school is going to be a dummy team for another school. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Can we check your microphone?
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Hello.
Okay, that's good. We can hear you both.
Hi. Yeah, all good?
Yes. Can
Hello,
actually,
everybody.
can the speaker say hello so that I can check?
Say hello.
Hello. Okay, that's good. Okay, I'm just going to repeat it for the judges. The Excelix School is a dummy team for this debate. So we'll wait for a few minutes and then we'll start. Okay, are both of the teams ready to begin? All right, if both of the teams are ready, we will begin. Good evening, everyone. My name is Agirikia Migdaliou, and on behalf of QLS, I would like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I would also like to introduce the judges for today's debate, Jake Delatolas, Angela Douglas, and Katerina Papadimitriou. The motion for today's debate for the B1 level is, this House believes the school week should be 4 days. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade the judges and the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present. Their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's performance. The teams participating in this debate are Krasopoulou My School in Greece, and Exelixis, also in Greece. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion, Konstantina, Anastasios, and Panagiotis, and 3 against, Vasilia, Thanasis, and Anastasia. I would like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their arguments. I will remind you by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. When the 3 minutes are up, I will ask you to finish your sentence. We would also like to remind participants that all microphones, apart from the speakers, should be turned off. Good luck to both teams. And now I would like to ask Konstantina, the first speaker for the motion, to begin the debate. Let the debate begin.
Good evening, everyone. Today, our team strongly believes that school should have 4 days instead of 5. First of all, students are extremely tired. By Thursday or Friday, many students cannot focus properly. They feel sleepy, stressed, and sometimes even bored. When students are tired, they do not learn effectively. An extra free day will give students time to rest and recover. If students are well rested, they can concentrate better and participate more in class. Secondly, students need time for other important activities. School is important, but it's not the only thing in life. Many students have sports, music lessons, or other hobbies. These activities help students be more creative, more confident, and healthier. With a 4-day school week, students will have more time to develop these skills. Finally, mental health is very important. Today, many students feel pressure from homework, exams, and expectations. A shorter school week could reduce stress and make students happier. And when students are happier, they learn better. For all these reasons, we believe that the 4-day school week will improve both learning and students' lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Kostadina. Now it is the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Vasilia.
Some people may think that a 4-day school week is a good idea, but I strongly believe that it has some serious disadvantages that affect negatively some people's lives and daily routines. Firstly, a 4-day school week would cause loss of learning. Studies from organizations such as Run Corporation show that students in 4-day schools often make slower progress compared to those in 5-day schools. That's because in a 3-day break, most of them forget what they have done at the start of the week, so they have trouble resuming lessons again. Next, students in a 4-day school week won't be able to do their after-school activities because the school days will be longer, more tiring, and the kids will be given a lot of homework. As a result, the kids may be very tired or won't have enough time for their after-school activities. So perhaps they will have to fill their day off, which was meant for more time to rest, with those activities. Another reason why I think that a 4-day school week is not a good or suitable idea is that the students with learning disabilities and the students who need help with their homework won't have enough help since they will have less time with their parents after school. So they won't be able to help them as much. That means less learning while others fall behind. To sum up, a 4-day school week would cause loss of learning, prevent students from doing their after-school activities, and leave vulnerable students without the support they need. For these and my teammates' reasons, I believe that a 4-day school week has some serious disadvantages that affect negatively some people's lives and daily routines. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasilia. Now it is the turn of the second speaker for the motion, Anastasios.
Good evening, fellow debaters. I would like to continue and add some more important points. First, a 4-day school week can help students become more responsible. If they can have an extra free weekday, they must learn to organize their time. They will need to plan their homework and manage their schedule. This helps students become stronger and mature. Secondly, schools could actually improve the quality of learning. Instead of spreading lessons over 5 days, school could organize longer but more focused school days. Research shows that quantity is more important than quantity. If students are motivated and active, they can learn the same material in less time. Another important point is family life. Many families are very busy during the weekend. An extra free weekday could give families more calm and meaningful time together. Strong family relationships help children feel safe and supported. Finally, schools could save money on electricity, heating, and transportation. That money could be used to improve technology, buy better equipment, or create new programs for students. For these reasons, we believe a 4-day school week is modern, balanced, and beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasios. Now it is the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Thanasis.
My partner has already shown us some strong reasons why a 4-day school week is a bad idea. I will now add further arguments to support our case. I strongly believe that school shouldn't be 4 days instead of 5 because students return home after school much more tired as a result of a longer day. Studies suggest that compressing the material into 4 days requires longer hours, often plus 50 minutes per day, which causes reduced concentration, especially in the elementary school students. Therefore, in this case, students will not only return home from school later, but they will not be able to spend their focus on their homework and their after-school activities. This shows why it's true that a 4-day school week would be more tiring for students than a 5-day. Another problem that the 4-day school week might cause is childcare problems. Parents often work 5 days every week. As a result, it's clear that children who have Monday or Friday free will have to stay at home by themselves. With one day off, most parents will not let their children stay alone at home without supervision. This means an extra cost for families which will prove hard for low-income ones. That's another reason why the school week could be problematic for only 4 days. My last point against the 4-day school week is the consequences of an extended day. One of them is the decreased time for schoolwork. Students will have after-school lessons for sure, but the increased duration of the day plus those lessons makes the students' free time less than it should be. This shows us that this decreased free time would make it difficult for students to study all their homework at once, and the next day they will go to school without all their homework done.
1 minute.
To sum up, a 4-day school week would make students more tired, create serious childcare problems for families, and leave students with less time to complete their work. These points prove that the 4-day school program is not effective. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for a wonderful job. There will now be a 10-minute break for the teams to prepare their rebuttals. I will tell you when it is 1 minute before the 10 minutes are up. Please turn off your microphones and leave your cameras on and stay visible in the room. Your 10 minutes start from now. You have 1 minute. Now I would like to welcome you back and ask Panagiotis, the rebuttal speaker for the motion, to begin.
Hello everyone. Now I would like to respond to the arguments of the other team. First, they said that students need 5 days to learn properly. But let us be honest, is learning only about the number of days? If students are tired, distracted and stressed, are they really learning better? More days do not automatically mean better education. What matters is focus and quality. They also said that parents work 5 days a week. Yes, this is true, but school is not only about childcare. School is about education. Many schools already offer after-school programs and activities. Families can find solutions. We should not reject improvement just because change needs organization. Another argument could be about discipline and routine, but a 4-day week is still a routine. Students will still wake up early. They will still have responsibilities. One less day does not destroy discipline. You may think that students may waste their free day, but this depends on the student, not the schedule. If we believe students cannot use one free day well, then we do not trust them. Education should teach responsibility, not control every minute. Finally, it's all about fear of change. But education must evolve. We cannot keep the same system forever just because it feels safe. We believe in balance, we believe in smarter organization, and most importantly, we believe in students' well-being. For all these reasons, we still believe that a 4-day week would be more effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Panagiotis. Now we're ready for Anastasia, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Hello. The other team has tried to convince us that a 4-day school week is a good idea. However, my teammates and I strongly disagree. I will now show you why their arguments are not as strong as they seem. First, the other team claims that students will have more time to rest and will feel less stressed. It is true that an extra day off sounds appealing. However, as my partner explained, school days will become significantly longer and more tiring. So in reality, students would not feel more rested, they will simply be exhausted in a different way. A longer, more intense school day creates just as much stress, if not more. Second, they argue that teachers will have more time to plan lessons. This may sound like a benefit, but we should not forget that teachers would also have to compress the same amount of material into fewer and longer days. This means their planning would actually become harder, not easier. More content in less time is a challenge, not an advantage. Finally, the other team suggests that students will have more time for hobbies and family. However, as both my partners pointed out, students would be too tired after longer school days to enjoy their hobbies. Furthermore, the extra day off would most likely be used to catch up on homework, not to spend quality time with family. To conclude, my team has shown that a 4-day school week would cause loss of learning and leave vulnerable students without the support they need. We have also demonstrated that longer school days would make students more tired, create serious childcare problems for families, and reduce the time students have to complete their work. Finally, as I have just argued, the proposition's claim about rest, teacher preparation, and family time simply do not hold up for scrutiny. For all these reasons, we firmly believe that a full-day school week is not effective and should not be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. QLS would like to thank you all for participating in this debate. You will all be given certificates of participation in the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. The final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page at noon on Friday, 27th of March, and emailed to all the participating schools. Finally, we would like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. The next debate begins at 7:45 p.m. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye. Bye.
Goodbye.
Τώρα σε αναγνώρισα.
Έλα καλέ, τι κάνεις?
Τι έγινε? Κατερίνα, και σε σένα μιλάω.
Καλησπέρα, μισό λεπτό να κλείσω τη μουσική μου.
Ναι.
Κάνετε?
Είμαστε live streaming, να υπενθυμίσω,
Οκ.
Ευχαριστώ.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, can you please make sure that we can hear you as well? Can you test your microphone?
1, 2, 1, 2.
That's great, thank you.
The other school will join in a minute, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you well. If both of the schools are ready, we can start.
We are ready.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Agilikia Migdaliou, and on behalf of QLS, I would like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I would also like to introduce the judges for today's debate, Jake Delatolas, Angela Douglas, and Katerina Papadimitriou. The motion for today's debate for the B1 level is, this House believes the school week should be 4 days. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade the judges and the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present. Their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's performance. The teams participating in the debate are the ADA School in Greece and P. Markopoulou, also in Greece. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion, Yannis, Alexandra, and Yorgos, and 3 against, Michael, Nikolaos, and George. I would like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their arguments. I will remind you by saying 1 minute, when you have 1 minute left. When the 3 minutes are up, I will ask you to finish your sentence. We would also like to remind participants that all microphones, apart from the speakers, should be turned off. Good luck to both teams. And now I would like to ask Yannis, the first speaker for the motion, to begin the debate. Let the debate begin.
Hello everyone, dear teachers, parents and students. Welcome to this debate. On this side of the house, we strongly believe that the school week should be 4 days, and there are many reasons that I would like to mention. Well, to begin with, a 4-day school week can positively affect one of the most basic of all, human needs, sleep. According to research published in the Journal of School Psychology, students in a 4-day school week reported better sleep patterns and higher levels of emotional regulation. This means that the extra day off would actually give their body more time to rest and recharge. If students wake up very early from Monday to Thursday, they can sleep longer on the extra day. This is important because when students sleep more, they feel happier. As a result, better mood will help students feel less stressed and more eager to learn. Another point to consider is that a 4-day school week can help reduce incidents of bullying. Research from the National Association of Secondary School Principals indicates that shorter school weeks can decrease the amount of unsupervised actions that often lead to bullying. If, for example, two students argue on Thursday, they will have a longer break before coming back. This will give them time to calm down instead of fighting the next day. So, when opportunities for bullying are reduced by spending less time in situations that encourage negative behavior, can we still question whether a 4-day school week makes school a safer place for students? Last but not least, a 4-day school week can also benefit teachers by giving them time for planning and professional development. Do you think these lessons happen by accident? No. They need time and careful planning. This means that the extra day off gives time to prepare creative lessons. In addition, it is also growth time for teachers. According to the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, teacher professional development consists of activities that enhance educators' skills and knowledge. This means that a 4-day school week can create space for this kind of growth by giving teachers more time to attend seminars or workshops on teaching methods, or even train in new technology in order to stay up to date in their field. To conclude, when teachers grow, students will grow too. Isn't that exciting? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Yannis. Now it is the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Michael.
Well, good evening to you all. My name is Michael Katerinakis. This house believes that school week shouldn't be 4 days. First of all, we all know that students nowadays have a lot of duties to fulfill. Apart from school hours, they have at least 2 or 3 hours on a daily basis for other activities. So you can imagine what their program will be like if they have to also distribute the hours of the 5th day in the 4 days of a school week. In my opinion, They will be very tired, and in such a state, they won't assimilate as much information and knowledge as they should. That applies for their schoolwork and homework. But what will happen with your extra activities? We all know that students attend language school, ballet classes, sport and martial art classes. Where will they fit these hours to? And if they finally do, will they be in a state which will allow them to actually learn the information given? We believe that the current program, which has been followed for years, is the one that actually gives the students the opportunity to learn effectively. This also allows students with learning difficulties to take their time and learn at their own pace. Another thing is that they will feel so tired that they will not be able to successfully complete their duties. Now, as regards teachers, the load of work will increase on these 4 days. I don't know if they will be able to carry out the duty successfully. The reason for that is that they will have to spend more time at school, which means more hours of work. The situation becomes worse if we consider the fact that teachers are parents themselves, and such a case changes the children's program too. They will feel exhausted and they will have to move some of their children's activities on Friday or weekends. We all understand that this is not possible. Everything will have to change dramatically, and there will be a chaotic situation. And I really don't see the reason why to do such a thing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Michael. Now it is the turn of the second speaker for the motion, Alexandra.
Good afternoon from me too. I'm Alexandra, and I would like to consider by mentioning some more reasons on why the whole week should be 4 days. First of all, a 4-day school week gives students more personal time and also increases family time. According to Stephen Sochok, editor for Education Week, Studies Autistic, a 4-day school week shows that students have more free time overall that they can spend on sport, hobbies, and meaningful activities outside formal classes. As a result, this extra time can help students build healthy habits and recharge mentally. So, if students had an extra full day each week to pursue their passions and hobbies, wouldn't that help them return to school more motivated and focused? What's more, a shorter week improves quality time with the family and contributes to better relationships. A study in the Journal of Happiness Studies shows that shared family activities enhance happiness and emotional connection. This means that family provides emotional security, helping children feel loved, supported, and understood. For example, more opportunities for shared meals, conversations, or outings could strengthen family bonds. So, if research shows that students develop better emotionally and socially when they spend time with their families, why wouldn't we support school schedules to allow for that? Another point to consider is that a 4-day school week can improve overall school attendance. Imagine a relaxed school system where students arrive energized and eager to learn. Can this really happen? Evidence suggests it can with a 4-day school week. Dr. Maggie Gottfried from the University of California, Berkeley, explains that students who have fewer school days are more engaged and less likely to skip school because of stress or fatigue.
1 minute.
This means that a shorter school week not only reduces student burnout, but also absences for trivial reasons. To conclude, a 4-day school week has the potential to reduce stress and help students maintain better attendance. So the real question is, do we want a schedule that exhausts students or one that motivates them to show up? And if a small adjustment could make students bored against the present, why shouldn't we consider it? Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Now it is the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Nikolaos.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nicolas Lenzios. I will add some more arguments in favor of a 5-day school week. If we have lessons on 4 days of the week, parents will face quite a challenge. They will have to find a way for their kids to be safe while they are at home. Safety is one of the main issues parents face nowadays, and its significance should not be overlooked. School is a safe environment for their kids where their kids educate themselves and socialize. What will they do on the fifth day when they will have to go to work while their children will have to stay at home? As you understand, something like that will change a lot, and we will all have to reconsider our daily routines and weekends. Another important issue is that students sit at schools, so families of poor backgrounds will face a serious problem if their kids stay at home for 3 instead of 2 days. Increased hours in class will also result fatigue and reduced level of concentration for all students. Imagine a student who stays at school until 4 and then has to also do activities for 2 or 3 hours. When will he do his homework for the next day? When will he find the stamina to complete his extra activities? And when will he or she relax or spend some time with their family to talk about what happened during the day? Also, after the 5 day program, there is the weekend, when everyone can relax, sleep a bit more, go out with both family and friends. A day 5 program is far more balanced for everyone, parents, students, and teachers. A stable daily 5 day routine brings safety and enables everyone to have a balanced program. For all the above reasons, our house believes that the school week should not be 4 days. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you all for a wonderful job. There will now be a 10-minute break for the teams to prepare their rebuttals. I will tell you when it is 1 minute before the 10 minutes are up. Please turn off your microphones and leave your cameras on and stay visible in the room. Your 10 minutes start from now. You have 1 minute. Now I would like to welcome you back and ask Yorgos, the rebuttal speaker, for the motion to begin.
Greetings, my name is George. The opposite team has made some excellent points, but I see things differently. First of all, longer school days do not necessarily lead to burnout. If the schedule is properly organized with breaks and interactive lessons, students can remain focused and productive. In fact, having more time can make classes more flexible and convenient, as teachers will not need to rush through the material. This allows students to understand lessons more deeply and ask questions. Of course, the curriculum and pacing of classes will have to be intentionally redesigned. According to a study in Oregon of 4-day weeks, having at least 8 hours of school in 5-day weeks, relative to the average 7 hours in 5-day week districts, prevented the negative educational impact of tiredness and boredom. Secondly, with an extra day off, students have more time to engage in extracurricular activities, pursue hobbies, and spend precious time with their families. This balanced approach allows children to explore their passions, whether it's sports, music, or volunteering in the community. By giving them time to pursue these interests, they are growing into well-rounded individuals who are not just scholars, but also athletes, artists, and compassionate members of society. A survey carried out in the Western United States, where the 4-week schedule was implemented, reports that roughly 84% of families and 95% of students in 4-day week districts would choose to keep the 4-week schedule. Families often cite scheduling flexibility. I also have a few thoughts in mind when it comes to academic performance. With additional time, teachers can provide extra support for students who need help and revise difficult subjects. They can spend their 5th day working, and so the school days can be more planned. They can spend the 5th day working, and so the school days can be more well planned. This can also make students feel more relaxed and confident. A relevant American research in 1995 found that out of 84 school districts surveyed, 68% of the school districts reported an increase in student performance. Last but not least, I do believe that the concern about working parents is quite important. However, there are several solutions to the problem. First of all, there are a lot of sport and outdoor education camps that will allow students to develop new skills. Family can also sometimes be involved to look out after the children on their day of school, which would enhance their relationship and strengthen the bond with their relatives. Let's also not forget, a lot of companies allow employees to bring their children with them. There, students can socialize with other kids and make new friends.
Finish your sentence.
And of course, there are before and after school care service providers. Hours and locations will vary depending on community needs, and programs include a combination of field trips, play activities, and learning experiences. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Yorgos. Now we are ready for George, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon.
My name is Sergio Ladalis, and I will present some arguments as to why school week should not be 4 days. First of all, you supported that the operational cost of the school will be lower. I do not agree with that. I believe that's exactly the same. The reason is that the hour of the 5th day will just be distributed in the other 4 days. So that means the same cost. You also mentioned that parents will be able to arrange for doctor appointments on the 5th day. Up till today, parents take their kids to the various doctors a little bit later after school. What I mean with that is that a 4-day program will not solve a problem that could not be dealt with until today. You also stated psychology and good health. In our opinion, if you work too many hours there, it's a lot of pressure and stress. So again, this is not true. On the contrary, if we have a 5-day program, it will be more manageable for everyone. Otherwise, our whole society is structured in such a way so as to allow us all to spend quality time with our family and friends during weekends. This happens because all jobs are on a 5-day program. You mentioned sleep patterns being better with a 4-day program. I do not agree with that. There is no balance when we ask students to fit everything in 4 days and let them sleep until late for the rest 3 days. This will disrupt their sleep patterns and not help them improve them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. QLS would like to thank you all for participating in this debate. You will all be given certificates of participation in the 8th QLS Online School Debate Festival. The final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page at noon on Friday, 27th of March, and emailed to all the participating schools. Finally, we would like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. The next debate begins tomorrow at 9 a.m. Goodbye, everyone.